Well, it's Monday morning, and that can only mean one thing. Well, actually, it could mean a whole lot of things depending on how things are going for you and what you need to do. But here, it means that we're doing relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, with a few exceptions for vacations. Nicole or I, or sometimes even Alexis, will sit down and paint some things. Usually what we're painting lately have been little minifigs. See some here, that'll be what I'll be working on, that we have been, or may in the future use in our Dice and Dungeons broadcasts on Sundays, our stream on Twitch. I've been working on the Little Lizard League. We have 8 of these guys. This is the one I'm going to finish today, and then this is the one I'm going to start. These are cute little lizard guys that someday we may end up either facing as adversaries on our campaign, or maybe they'll join us as allies. You never quite know how things will turn out, because our dungeon mistress sometimes will go out of her way to keep things a little bit off balance. But anyway, we've been having interesting time painting these. I've gotten 4 of these done. Nikki did this one and this one, and I've done the other ones. Yeah, each one's a little different from the other. And so I'm going to take the ones that are finished and set them aside and show you the one I'm working on. This is really close to being finished. What I need to do is paint in the eyes, paint the horns, paint the shaft of the spear and the hoof, and then do some shading. And I'm not going to be doing a whole lot. I'm going to be doing some brown wash on the leather bindings. I'm going to do blue wash on the pants and the black wash on the red granite tip of the spear. I might do a little bit of brown wash also on the tooth that's been bound to the spear here. And oh yeah, I need to paint the hoof. I'm going to do that dark gray. So this particular guy is a fancy guy, and I'm going to leave his armor shining. I'm going to say that this one takes a lot of time to polish his armor, unlike some of the others where they just kind of let it go rusty or dirty. Okay. And I might, even though it doesn't show very much, I might do a little bit of brown washing on the skin, just to, cut down on kind of the monochromaticity. The eyes. I've been kind of thinking about the eyes, and we've done 2 kinds of eyes on these lizards. One is like this one Nikki did, a little beady eye. And one I did is there's an indentation that you can probably see there. Is I painted that in and put a pupil in it like that. I've done a white one and a yellow one. I thought that what I would do with this one is that I would paint that in and do a little pupil. So we'll see how that goes. Less exhaust I can see up close. Try to refocus here. Yeah, I think it's coming along. So just a lot of little things left on this. And then I've talked about this before. When you're doing a dark color, sometimes when the paint dries, it contracts and it leaves these little white spots. So I'm gonna have to do some brown piece on the back of the tail I never painted, a little piece of the foot there. I'm gonna have to do some brown touch up. A little spot there that's blue that should be brown. I'll get the dark brown out there and there. Weird little spots all over the place. After I paint in the eyes, because no matter what I do, it'll go a little too far. It'll have to be touched up. So I'm painting the eyes. I'm going to use yellow. I'm going to use like a buff color with a red pupil, I think, just so that they're not all the same. So what do I do first? So I thought the shaft. I was going to paint that some sort of bright color. So it wasn't just like wood. I want it to be painted wood. They painted this color. I was going to use this for the eyes, but I'm not. I'm going to use deck tan for the eyes. Okay, well, let's see. Where should we start? By picking colors. Pick a color for the horns too. Paint the shaft first. I'm going to use this color, which is kind of an orangish, yellowish kind of color that will probably look okay with a brown wash. At least it won't just be bland. So let's see if I can focus and down up to, but not over the hand. So what I'm going for here is just something that's not just typical brown color of wood. But that will look, it will look okay once I put the umber wash on it a little bit later. Yep, I will get to a flip after I get this first color on. I'll get a real breakthrough by actually getting something painted instead of just talking. Whoa. Yeah, it's not holding still this morning. These little dots all over that dark brown. That didn't cover last time. But they look like they're all going to be pretty easy to touch up anyway. After I'm done with this one, this is number 7 in the series, 7 of 8. That's a little archer that I've been putting off until the end because it looks like a difficult one to paint. And I thought, no, if I put it off long enough, maybe Nikki will do it, because she's really better at this thing than I am. But she decided to paint a siren instead, and that turned out really well. Did that last Friday. At the whole, wow. Yeah, I missed that. I missed the whole bottom of the leather wrapping there. It was right at the end of what I was painting last week, Wednesday. And apparently lost it. He just thought I was going to finish a little more quickly than I was really going to, or just got a little careless then. Or maybe what happened is I just didn't turn it over. You have to, the thing about these is that you have to look at them from like every single angle and then look at them again. Here, just missed the whole bottom. So I'll have to get out that color again. Take care of that before we move on to washing and shading. This is a place where I need to get the brush inside a little. So the only thing you can say about that color is that it's not just your plain old brown, which is good because I was trying to accomplish that. And we'll see how it looks with brown wash. A little bit later. Okay. Make sure that I got all of the surfaces. And then I'll wash this brush and I will do the flip. Do I have anything flippable laying around? Not too much here. Got pickle stick that has been used in the past to hold a model before we got these other holders. Stir yellow paint from the bottom of the bottle, or at least stir gray paint. Anyway, flip. There we go. We'll do 2 out of 3. And blue sticky tack side wins the flip contest today. Okay, now before I forget, I want to do the hoof that was attached to the end of the spear. For that, I'm going to use a light gray color called neutral gray. I think I finished a bottle of this last time. The one that's been opened, so oh, there it is. I don't want to use a new one when there's still some left. Making up and then just touch up that little bit of thing there. But you'll see we use a lot of these larger bottles of paint. But you think, well, why are you doing that? And basically, you're using like half a drop on some of these features on these little models. It's that a lot of these colors, especially the browns and the grays, we originally bought when we were painting dungeon tiles that we use for combat scenes in our D&D stream. And some of those are fairly large. It'd be like 25 or even 30 walls and floors, which are now actually printing behind me on these 3D printers. We're still making new ones. And we would go through, you know, it was just way more economical to buy the large bottles because we'd go through almost one whole bottle, painting the walls and floors of the dungeon set. We'd be using the grays for the stone, and we have a whole series of brown that we would use for wood, like wooden floors and stucco walls and things, and a tavern set. So we have stone wall sets, and we'd have wooden wall sets. Big bottles, but when you're painting like the hoof on the end of a spear, about to be overkill. But this is the Tamiya paint. We use that for a lot of the browns and grays. They have a good selection of those. And we also use Viejos, which come in these little squeeze bottles. There's a lot less of it, and you can't dip your brush into it. You have to squeeze it out onto like a palette that you'll see in a little while. But you end up just using like a tiny drop. And because it's capped up, the air doesn't get in and the paint stays fairly consistent. Looking at this, I didn't quite get, We'll see how the fingers wrap around there. But it looks like I need to get a little bit more of that kind of pinkish looking shaft color on there. That up again. Just touch up that spot. Much of this just depends on the angle that you see it at. But right there. Since I have this color out again, I'll just go around the whole thing and make sure. Wait, looks like right here. Yeah, same sort of issue there. That looks better. Doing a lot of that, you know, two dots of the color, and then move on to the next one, do 2 dots of the color. As I finish this up. Almost have the base coat of this done. Brown leather. Bit of it. Not even that much. To get this, I painted it last week. Missed. Debating about whether this little bit of the tooth down here, there's like the binding into, can't hardly tell, but there, that looks better. Just that tiny touch. Sometimes that's all it takes. I think I have the base coat on the spear. The little parts of it, there's lots of parts. Leather binding, red granite tip, a tooth and a hoof put on, just, you know, why not? Just put them on. There we go. Now I'm going to paint the inside of the eyes. Usually when this happens, I get more coverage than I want. Perfect. I usually get one side just right. Okay. One side or the other comes out just right, and then the other side gets all excessed, blotted. So we're going to have to see which one turns out which way this time. This color called buff for the inside of the eyes. And this color called deck tan for the horns. I was actually thinking of doing exactly the opposite at first, but I'm looking at the color chart again, and I think this will work better. This is a little bit, even though the bottle cap is darker, the paint itself is actually lighter. The buff compared to the deck tan. The deck tan is a little more, there's more gray in it. Yeah, it's pretty close. That fills in the area. So we'll see. Maybe that's the side that turns out right, and this is the side that doesn't. We'll see how this goes. doesn't really get painted at all. You know, I've got too much. Yep, see, the other side came out okay. This side went too far back here. But I have to touch up the brown anyway. Okay, if this is gone too far. I just want them to look kind of symmetric. Okay, so this isn't bad. I have to touch up there and around the back. But otherwise, see that side, that's how I want it to look. And this side is how it hopefully will end up looking. It will need a fair amount of modification to paint around the edges. It with me for a long time. I think I'd mentioned before that we used to do Warhammer when it very, very first came out. You know, orcs and goblins, knights, elves set, lizardmen, elves, and orcs, all in one big box set. And I did the orcs and goblins. Nikki did the lizardmen, and her brother Alex did the elves. The brush that came with it, the Citadel brush, was terrible, so we bought these other brushes. But that was like 25 years ago. And they kind of show it, don't they? Let's see, I was going to do horns next. Get all of these bits done here. That curve a dark brown. It's base color. And then I'll come back and do the dark brown touch-up to get all the spots that have formed in all of the places that so it's not quite the way I want it. So we'll get these done. Get these base coated in. One lesson that I keep kind of forgetting and then remembering as I go along is that even when you're painting really tiny spots, little detail that it works better if there's a fairly large amount of paint on the brush. I find that kind of counterintuitive. If I want to paint a little dot, I think, well, I just want a little dot on the brush, but then it doesn't flow very well. So when I'm painting a larger thing like the horns here, where I'm covering, you know, for the size of this brush, a pretty large area, get more paint on it, and lo and behold, demarcation line or border between the two colors. Part of that is, you know, it's just there's more paint on there, so it doesn't adhere just to the brush, but actually flows off of the brush. So you can get paint onto the surface and then push it up to the boundary. Get some more control, at least for me. It's just not holding steady today. So weird. I'm just rotating it here to see if I got everything covered, and there's a spot in the back of the horn. A little bit of each. Now I think I've gotten to the point where I can do the dark brown touch up, and there's lots of spots like that need that. Most of them are just tiny little dots where the paint didn't cover the first time, or sometimes where the other color just went a little bit too far over, or sometimes even when painting one color, the brush just kind of bumped. Is remembering what color I used. Yeah, great. I think it's red-brown. Red brown. Very much the really dark brown. Well, we'll find out soon enough if this matches what's on there or not. I think I'm going to start in an inconspicuous kind of place. Or actually, I should say conspicuous but easy to touch up spot. Like, I need to touch up the knuckle here. Actually, I'm going to do the very top of the head. There's some spots here. These are very easy to touch up. Conspicuous, so I can see. And then I'm going to stop and make sure that this is the right color. Before going on to spots that are a little bit harder to reach. Do something like 4 days ago. You don't write down what you did, and the next thing you know is you can't remember what color you used. We're going to watch paint dry, and hopefully this spot here will dry to the same color that's underneath it. Ooh, this is it though. Just looking at the chart, because it's definitely not that color. Be red brown though. Depends on the light, the angle of the light on it. Especially on camera. I mean, you should think you'd be able to tell the difference between those two colors and which one matched and which one didn't, but not always. So we're going to let that sit, because I want to be sure of what I'm doing before I start putting little dots of paint on everything and then have to redot them. I have to say that that's starting to look, as it dries, darker than the color underneath it. So what I'm going to do, this is just the top of the head, and so I'm going to get out the red brown. This is the alternate color. And even though there's not a dot that I'm covering, paint a splotch. Watch that dry. I'm beginning to see that almost certainly this was red brown and not the even as it's not dry yet. I mean, you can see the difference in the gloss because it's wet. Might have been visible on it, whereas this made a dark block. Yeah, that's what happened. So I did a larger brush just to get the spot on, but I'm going to use the little brush now and correct the error in the color. Business of touching up all the spots that were needing touching, and the spot that I touched with the wrong color. Fortunately, I thought ahead and said, oh, I might be doing it wrong, and painted a spot that was easy to cover with the correct color later. So now I'm going to go around and look for little white spots in places where I just want the border to change the location of the border color. As I go around, I'll come, there's the eye. So this eye is how I wanted it to look. This eye isn't. So what I need to do is basically touch around. There's a raised ridge around the eye. And arm two. And the two eyes don't have to be perfectly the same, but they have to be, if we look at one side and remember what it looks like and go to the other side, we want them to be, give at least the same impression, right? It doesn't take too much to do that. You think they look kind of... think that looks okay? Enough little white dots here and there. There's a part under the tail, yeah, that got missed before. Basically looking at all the borders between one color and the next to see, does it look okay? You see a little spot like right here. And down here, look for the armor color a little closer. Painting against the silver like that, sometimes it's hard to see Because the fresh paint is glossy, and it can be shiny, kind of like the metallic. Wait. Like the metallic. Brush doesn't seem to want to get into that tiny little spot. Space looking at the legs and the feet right now, and hopefully catching the spots. The hands and the arms. This is good now. That was the dark spot that I used the wrong color on, and now it's the same color. Good call, testing it on the spot that was inconspicuous. Keep saying that spot that was conspicuous but easy to touch. Keep going around, because sometimes, you look at it with a different light, like on the foot here. Didn't see those when I was looking at the foot, but I can see it now when I was looking elsewhere. I think this is pretty well base coated now. So, detail. I don't know. Going on at all. Guess it's okay. It wasn't really clear where the boundary was, but it wraps around the eye. So now is this little pen. These little red dots. And I'm going to put the pupil in the eyes with this instead of with a brush. See? Okay, and the nostrils here, got a really fine tipped dark black pen that I've used several times. I keep putting it away. And find it again in the future. Sort of thing. It's got a tiny tip on it. And what I want to do is just touch it to these little indentations of the nostrils, just so you can see them better. This is okay. It just looks like they're asymmetric. I got a little too much on there. Okay, so the next bit is I'm going to have to decide firmly what wash I'm using where. So I know I'm going to use black wash on here, because that'll look like red granite then. And I know I'm going to be using umber wash on the leather and the shaft, because it'll really make it look more leathery. I probably will do a little black wash on the hoof, because it looks pretty dull the way it is. I decided not to wash the metal armor, thinking this guy is polishing it. I will likely use the brown wash. I'm going to put some on the skin, actually, and it won't show that much, but it will highlight some of the texture, especially on the hands, a little bit on the face. But before I do that, I was actually thinking of doing I've done some of this. I did some striping on this guy's head and some dots on this guy's head. This one might stand using like I think maybe like a central stripe right up the middle, and I'm going to do that next just to see how it works, because if it doesn't work, I've got this color, which is the red brown, which is the color I've been using. This other way out of the way. Let's see how that goes. And what color should that be? Use this one that I was just try it with this. So I'm going to see how this works. Get myself a little dot of this color. And just try this. Just see how it goes. Right up the middle of the spine here. A little wider than I want it. We'll see how it looks. Not quite a mohawk, but something to that effect. It's just a little bit. And then I would say, with the umber wash on it, I should tone it down a little bit. That's not an altogether bad look. I'm going to let that set for a bit. And what I might do, I'm going to pull that red brown out again and just, just even out that line just a little bit there. Hardly at all, if I could pull that off. So what I'm going to need is a few spots. There's hardly any of the black wash on the tip here and there. Need the umber wash, the brown wash. And I'll be using a fair amount of that on the leather and the shaft. Probably a little bit on the tooth because it's really bright. And then the body color and the horns and that will be the brown wash. And then there's this blue wash that I use a fair amount on this kind of light blue color. It doesn't show much, but it picks up the textures. A little stitching on the side and the wrinkles on the back and so on. And it gives it a little bit deeper color as well. One of these larger bottles. I keep having difficulty finding that one for some reason. I don't know why, because it's the only one like that. Maybe it's because it doesn't get used very much. There it is, blue-gray. I wanted to do a tiny touch, just a tiny bit of touch-up, hopefully not messing things up, but making it look okay with this red-brown on the stripe on his head. Here, I just want it to be a little bit wasn't much, but I think it improved the appearance. So I think we're close now to getting ready to do the final shading. I've been successful at that. I have not made a mess of things. use black wash. This is right near the bottom here. So there's a lot of a lot of pigment in it right now. So I need to be careful not to get things too dark. Fortunately, the two things I'm using this on, or if it's too dark, it's the that our cat has come to join me. This red looks much better with a black wash on it. It shows the red underneath, so but then it looks a lot more like real stone. This is one of the first things we discovered with the black wash. Was we were painting red brick walls or red stone. We just happened to have red. We didn't have very many colors in our first dungeon tile set. We just happened to have this red. And we painted the walls this red color, and it was like, well, there they are, they're red. But they don't look like stone or brick even, they just look red. And then we pulled out this black wash and washed them, and it was, ta-da, red granite. And you can see right away how well that turns out. You can still see the red underneath, but it's not this glaring red anymore. It's stony. I'm going to put a tiny touch of this on the hoof on the back because that's pretty bland looking. And on the gray, you don't need very much of it, but it tones it down and shows off the texture a little better. Monochrome and the shininess. Nikki's really good at this shading. I am adequate. Let's just say I don't destroy things with the shading. It doesn't always turn out beautiful, but it's better than it did before. Okay, so there. So you can see the spear tip, it looks totally different now. And it actually looks pretty cool, like redstone. Next, I'm going to do the blue wash. That is pretty straightforward because it's just going to go over the blue pants. And in fact, I'm going to use a larger brush on that. Can't get messed up very much. So I feel pretty safe doing this next. Just gonna put a dot of this in here. See, you don't end up using very much of this stuff. That's way more than I actually need. Over this guy's pants, and you can see almost like immediately when I brush it against like the grain, so to speak, of the texturing, you can suddenly see the stitching and the folds in the cloth. It had pretty much just been covered up or disappeared with the monochrome paint underneath. Doesn't take much of it. As it dries, it gets even a little more subtle. I just want to make sure that there aren't blots of it laying around like here where there's too much of it. And I want to make sure that I cover the surface area of it pretty evenly. Because if I miss a spot with the wash, no matter how little wash is on there, it'll just show up as a bright spot. But yeah, see, it brings out, see how it does that? I'm always amazed at that. It just brings out the texture and adds a little bit of unevenness, a natural unevenness to the surface color. Spots showing up. Okay, now what I'm going to do is go to the brown wash, the umber, I'm going to be doing a lot of that. I'm going to be painting the leather, the shaft, and a little bit actually on the skin color all around, just to try to highlight it. It's not going to show up very much on this guy's skin color. Oh, I forgot. Nostril issue here that needed to be fixed. Dark ink on the left nostril got a little bit carried away. Perfect, but it's an improvement. Yeah, we'll let that dry just a little bit. Or, well, I can start on the other parts of it, and so we'll get on with this. Take this umber wash. You won't really be needing a lot of it. I'm actually going to use the parts of this, I'm going to use the larger brush, and parts I'm going to use the little brush, depending on what. For example, use this little bitty brush. What I just want to do is a little bit, tiniest little bit on this tooth, because it's really bright, and way too bright. Is have the base of it be actually a little darker than the point. that. And then I'm going to use the larger brush because it spreads it around a little more evenly. And I'm going to be doing the shaft and the leather. That leather brown is a really good leather brown. It has an underwash on it. It's not very good until it does. You can see that what this does, it's a really nice job of picking up the spacing between, especially there, between the wrapping. So it gives it a good highlight, and it also changes the color kind of subtly. It looks a whole lot more leathery than it did without the wash. And I want this to look kind of uneven. I'm liking that kind of mottled, like little spots of it. And then I'm going to paint the wash on skin color, and it won't change the color very much. It'll just it just gets rid of the monochronicity of it. It's kind of a cool effect. It'll emphasize the, the texture of the toes a little bit, and fingers. As Nikki likes to say, it's a very subtle effect, but it just gets rid of the. I mean, you want the flat color, but not so flat that it's lifeless. And I'm going to do the head, and this it'll just bring out like the folds in the skin a little bit. I'm also doing the horns, just so that it'll give that a little shading. I'm going to get the horns a little darker near the tips. Getting the blue wash down here, you can hardly tell, but all of a sudden now you can see, the texture and the cloth just a little better because of the wash. And you can just see the holes in the skin just a little better because of the wash. Kind of pretty, making it look blobby on this shaft. It's turning out okay. And yeah, I left the back of the cape kind of iridescent. That was one of the pearlescent paints, and I think that looks good because, you know, polishes his armor, wears a pearlescent cape, has this kind of brocaded striped thing up here with brass jeweled clasps. Here that's got ornamentation on it like a hoof and a claw for no particular reason at all. So it just kind of fits the personality of this particular little lizard guy. I'll just rotate it around, you can all see it again. I think I'm going to do next, since I have been painting the bases on all of these, is I'll actually finish it up. And I'm going to get out the color that we're using for the base. I remember which one that is, because it's appropriately named Flat Earth, and that's pretty flat. I'm going to use a little brush to get around its feet, and then use the larger brush to finish it off. And then number 7 will be completed. Big Goblin Energy, thanks for joining in. Void with Stars, Miss and Youngie, everybody who's joining in to watch. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're having fun watching the near completion. Well, getting closer to completed anyway. The Little Lizard League. I'm not really sure, actually, no, why we're calling it the Little Lizard League, because if you compare this size to the size of the minifigs that we use for our own characters in our stream, this is as big as we are. So either we're little, or this is the same size as the party members' Little Lizard League. I guess they're little compared to some of the others that we painted. Up to the feet. Been pretty good. I've been doing this for like an hour, almost an hour and a half now, and I would say virtually all of it has actually been on camera. Usually when I'm moving these things around, way off camera, and if I'm not talking, you have no idea what's going on, because all the painting is going on somewhere like over here, more often down here when I have it against my knee to brace it there. Just getting this, now that we have officially decided on the color for the base and the other ones are done, it just makes sense to completely finish this one off before moving on to the very last one, which I will be getting to not very long from now. It's off. I'm going to get the bigger brush, and I'll finish the base. In the bottle cap. Be frugal, you know. Use the paint in the bottle cap so it doesn't just dry up and get wasted. Which was always, as I keep saying, really easy to do when we were painting dungeon tiles. And that would get used up right away. Because we'd be painting large areas with nice big brushes. Sometimes even larger than that to get the paint on the walls, the base coat. But in painting these little minifigs, usually you use like a half a drop of paint and the stuff in the bottle cap gums up as it sets up before it can use it. But here, I'm actually using the paint in the bottle cap. So just to let you know, when I'm done with this and I look it over, you know, one more time to make sure that I've got the base covered, is I'm going to be taking a break a little early because I've been hydrating. I won't be doing that before I give you a preview of what will be happening next, so that you will be all excited about staying on during the break and continuing to join our stream when I get back. So there is a flat earth base. A bit lumpy because the paint is congealing in the bottle cap, but it doesn't matter because it's the base. I think almost all of that disappears. Oh, look at that. Because I'm looking at some of the other ones, I'm seeing, since I got it out, I'm going to check those out. Because as I said, when the paint, especially if it's a little thicker, dries, it shrinks and will sometimes open up a spot. Is a very convenient time for the ones that are up just to get painted over. Okay. So there is the fancy polished armor. Weird. Why is he using that kind of spear? I don't know. It doesn't look very effective. Number 7. In our little lizard league. This one will be next. So let's go over the not really quite formulated plan for this one. We know one thing for sure, and this was decided in my last stream on Wednesday, is that this guy's body color is going to be purple. So it's going to be purple with yellow spots, kind of like this one. Got spotted. This one's going to be purple with yellow spots. Why? Because we don't have one that's purple with yellow spots yet. This is pretty straightforward. You know, he's got a bow. The bow might be painted, you know, instead of just plain wood. I might do it like a bright blue, maybe with a black wash on it. The arrow point, I don't know, I'm tempted to make it out of metal. I might just do steel. The arrow shaft, I'll just do brown. We got a quiver. Kind of tempted to do this Robin hoodie, you know, to do his clothes, like his pants in green, maybe a red cape. Doing green against purple skin, that's going to look awesome, don't you think? Yeah. And these little things, wrist guards here, they could be green too. Christmassy, huh? Green and red. Green and green. I could do, yeah, I'm going to do two kinds of green. I'm going to do the pants in one color green and the cape in another color green. I'll have to decide what those are. We've got 4 green colors. The cape shows a lot. This is a really cool green, so I'm going to do that in a dark green. And I'll probably do the pants in a flat green, or maybe the sick green. There's not too much difference between them, but it'll be that kind of foresty Robin hoodie look. So yeah, I think this is going to be flat green, and this is going to be deep green or dark green. Yeah, dark green, deep green, and flat green don't show much change. So the dark green, that's the cape color. Flat green, and that's the pants color. Quiver, I think I'll just do that in dark brown. So yeah, the green clothes against the purple skin, that should look pretty awesome. I'm not sure. We keep the green theme going. The quiver too. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try something different. I'm going to do that in the sick green, but use a brown wash on that. And these other greens, I'm going to use a very subtle dark gray wash, just as a highlight kind of thing. There aren't too many colors going on that. The arrow shaft will just be wood here and here and here. We'll probably use like a lighter color, like maybe the red brown, maybe the flat earth, like I do on the base. Could just use that with a brown wash. This guy was the red brown with a brown wash on it, and the wash doesn't show very much. In the bow, I'm going to paint the bow kind of a bright color. We like light blue, or maybe so like this medium blue. That medium blue is kind of a good color for the bow. Okay, so we got these 2 greens. We need the 3rd green. What's here? That's 3 greens. We're going to have the arrow shaft be the same color that I'm using for the base. It's black, but I'm going to put a dark brown wash on it. We got those going. This is the color of the dots. There we go. Purple skin. That'll be interesting. I'm just going to use steel, which is a really dark metallic color for the Arrowhead. I'm not going to make that too terribly fancy. And then, yeah, the wrap around here. That's part of the quiver, this thing here. So that'll just be the sick green with a black wash on it, or a brown wash, excuse me, is what I decided to do. So like most of the others, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to paint the mouth line. I do that in red, that scarlet red. It gets way too much on it, but then it gets painted down into it. Paint the fangs. I use ivory for that, so that those are done. This guy's going to have those little beady eyes, so this will all be painted purple. And then the horns, look, he's got curved horns. None of the others have them. They're all just kind of like that, but this guy's got a wiggle in it. These are going to be pretty dark. It's going to be in the same color tone as that. The break I'm seeing here is sometimes you just get these little mold marks, and right there, right here, there's needs to come off between his hand and the arrow shaft. And if that stays on there, it'll be pretty obvious once it's painted. Okay, not done. Persistent little piece of plastic. Part of it is, this isn't the knife I wanted to use, but it's an X-Acto that was available. There's more here. Okay, so color scheme again. This nice, deep, dark green is going to be highly visible on its cape. Okay. This sick green with the brown wash will be used on the quiver and the strap that goes across and underneath and around. Okay, a little bit of a painting challenge. This flat green, which is kind of a sort of an olivish green, I'll be using on the pants. We'll see how that looks. This is going to be light blue. With a wash, the arrow shaft will be flat earth. So these, I'll be using the NATO black for the horns when we get around to them near the end. And the skin tone will be purple with yellow spots. And these little guys here, I'm just going to paint the same color as the cape. They'll be matching, including a little strap around the back. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. All of these colors, okay, will be applied to this little guy. Tiny touch of the scarlet red for the mouth and ivory blood. Did it get used up? Go ahead. Should I open a new one? Here it is. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Please stay with us. I'm going to try to make it short, probably in the range of between 10 and 15 minutes. We'll be back and we'll start painting the last of the Little Lizard League. So, see you in a couple minutes. So we have a whole pile of paint colors here, and it'll be applied to this little guy. The trifocals, so I could kind of see up close, sort of, mostly. And what we're going to start with, as we have on the other ones I've done, is a tiny drop of this scarlet red. On the spear point. This spear point with the black wash, but I've used this is almost done. Feels like there's paint in it. Looks like it's coating the inside of the bottle, but up. We did with this once before when we were painting dungeon tiles. Oh, there. Tons of it all at once. Yuck. And as we just store it point down, when it's stored point down, then the paint runs to the tip. And when we squeeze it out, we don't get like 10 times more than we could possibly use. We only get what we need. But as it is, I have like 100 times more than I need. So all I'm doing here is there's this kind of opening of the mouth here. That I want to show red after I paint the body color. Sort of a usually get it all over the place. As it gets painted up to later with the body color. And sometimes it just barely even shows, but you want to see that the mouth is there. So I just sort of make sure that that's, that's in place, and then it virtually disappears except as a little bit of an accent later on. Yeah, I wish I had something else to paint red, but I don't. So that's just going to end up being wasted paint. Then I paint the fangs so that those are there, so that when I paint the body color, I'm painting like up to the fangs and the mouth. The body color is one of the last things that gets done. I'm just seeing little spots of mold residue or printer residue, however this one was done. I'm catching those when I see them. Okay, so I don't use white on fangs. I use ivory, which is actually quite a bit off white, but it comes out as really quite bright. White would be really, really bright. I'm not being terribly careful because, like I said, especially up here on the upper lip, I'll be painting up to it, the body color, but I want them painted in at a time so I know where they are. And it's a whole lot easier to blob paint onto them now at this stage, where I don't have to be extremely careful, than trying to touch them in later. When I said not being terribly careful, I didn't mean being careless, which I ended up being, because I got a little blob, just a little bit over the edge. But fortunately, I have lots of this red paint spewed out, getting ready to use, so I can go back, and even though it's not dry yet, I can make that spot go away. But at this stage, the whole thing, you know, it looks pretty messy. And it is. Not necessarily intentionally messy, but intentionally not carefully done yet. So these fangs on this guy are actually pretty prominent. We'll see how they look when we get the body color on. Okay, so what I like to do is work from the high surfaces down to the lower surfaces. And that way, when I paint the borders between colors, I can push the paint up to the other color rather than trying to paint down onto that color. So the top surface here is actually the quiver and the strap that goes across. Okay, and then underneath that is the cloak, and underneath that is the skin. So I'll be painting the quiver, and then the cloak, and then the pants. And this is the same color as the pants, so I'll do that at that time. I will paint the skin color because the bow and the shaft go up to it. So in that order, and then the horns will be near the end and the eyes will be kind of the last thing. Hang on. Yeah, but it's good thing this is going to be purple. Some of these bits won't show that much. There's this white spot right there that is going to be intruding on everything. And hopefully that will look better in the future. Now, since everything will be painted up to the quiver in this strap, the only place that's really tricky is like right in between here. I'm actually going to go ahead and use this larger brush just to get the coverage done fairly quickly, because I want to make sure I get like down around the edges of the strap. So I don't need to worry too much about it. This will be purple down to it here and green up to it there and all around purple here. So this will look messy. it will go a little more quickly. Another one of those little spots that shouldn't be there. And this is going to be fairly heavily washed with a brown wash because I wanted to bring out the stitching and the quiver and tone down the greenness of this. And this is going to be really a bright green. I'm going to want it to look a little more like painted leather, maybe. We'll see that near the end of the painting with this model when I do the shading and the washing. Strap that goes around the chest. To be honest, I am not at all sure how I'm going to get the arrow shaft painted without getting it on here, and how I can get the strap repainted without getting it on the arrow shaft. There's just no space in between. So we might have to just assume that no one is going to be able to see in that little crack there. Again, what I'm doing is I'm just really quickly doing a base coat on the quiver and the quiver strap. Intentionally going over the edge. Because when I paint down to it, there won't be a gap there. That'll be, it'll just be showing the primer underneath. Well, that was probably the easiest part of the whole thing, because I was able to get it done with this larger brush pretty quickly. I'm not going to paint the shafts of the arrows until I do this back here, as that'll be the same color. Okay. Do now, because I have to wait for this to dry before I paint the cloak color up to it, because there's nothing in the way of the pants. And so actually, except for this, you know, this little bit, this gap here, of course, between the strap and the top of the pants there where the body color is going to be showing through, there's always like that. There's always a spot like that. I can do the same thing with the pants as I did with the quiver, because I'm just painting, filling it all in, and taking it up to the areas where it will be painted with against another color later. And so I said I was going to be using this flat green for the pants. I haven't used it in a while, so I give it a good shaking here. See, no matter what you do, it's always, there's this, you know. It's when the paint dries, especially when there's a texture like this, you see these spots where the paint didn't cover. It looked like it did, but then it pulls away a little bit, when it shrinks as it dries. And I'll get 2 of the base colors in using the larger brush. That speeds things up a lot. And by the time I'm done with the pants then, the quiver will probably be dry enough that I can start painting in the cloak. And I need to be careful around the boundary lines as usual. But then I might be able to use the larger brush again to fill in the rest of it, because then it'll just be up against the body color. The body color is going to be a challenge. There's lots of little gaps, lots of difficult to get to kind of spots. This little gap here, we'll see which way it'll have to be touched up, either on the pants or the quiver strap as we go around. I find that this is tedious, but not horrible in terms of the challenge rating of painting. This one's just full of these little spots, like on the bottom of the tail there, and that would be really quite obvious after it's painted. Since I've got this out and I noticed that, I'm just going to go around the whole thing and see if there's any more of those. I'm not sure what it was. Like, maybe this doesn't look like it was molded. It was printed, but these little protuberances off of different parts that'll just stick out later. I'm sure I'll find another one, but for now, that's all I see. So, flat green. This is a little bit of kind of an olive green color that I think will look okay on the pants. Especially if I give it a little bit of shading later. Maybe with, I think I said I was going to use black on this, because it'll show better. But I'm going with the Forest Ranger kind of look here, with various shades of green on the model, which will complement, I'm sure, beautifully with its natural forest camouflage purple skin. Maybe that's why it decided to be a Forest Ranger, is that it was purple. And it wanted to go. It wanted to do something that was more challenging. Okay. So I'm just doing this, holding it. I'm going to be putting it on the holder stand. The other model, the one I just finished before the break, is still on there, and I was just letting it dry. But after I finish this base coat part, I'm going to put it on there because that gives me a better handle, literally, on being able to twist and turn this thing around without touching the painty parts. And now that there's a good number of painty parts,
when you're reaching in on things, the brush goes where you don't necessarily want it to go. I'll defend my choice to use the large brush to get this base coat on. There's another little spot. It needs to come off. As this color dries, there will no doubt be some spots. And it will show themselves little dots that need to be recolored. But I'll worry about that when we get to the touch-up phase, which inevitably will happen as I paint the purple, especially around through here and underneath. But basically what I'm doing now is I'm just rotating this in many different ways to make sure that I haven't completely missed a spot, which has happened, as you all know, more than once in the past. So here so far is our very messy, in the initial stages of base coating, purple Archer. Needs to be clean. Now, what I'll do is take this guy, now that the base has dried, let him join the rest of his crew. Here's a 7. There's the 8th. Okay. So this guy gets, that's going to have to be replaced one of these days. It's getting to be pretty used. There we go. So what we're going to do next in our continuing green theme is take this dark green, which is a really pretty green, and I'm going to be painting the boundary between the quiver and the cloak, including the quiver strap here and here. Underneath here where it's hard to reach. And then use a larger brush to fill in the rest of the areas. Start up here where I can easily see it and reach it. And I'm intentionally painting up onto where the skin will be, again, pretty much because this is a raised surface. I don't want there to be a gap between the two painted surfaces. So I color this in the dark color and then I'll paint the purple up to it when I do the skin. It's not really clear, but it looks like this kind of wraps around under its arm. I'm going to paint that so that I know it's there. It isn't really obvious on the model where that is, but that's where it's going to be. It has to come back around there. I mean, just physically. Otherwise it wouldn't hold on. And comes back around and wraps up under there. Well, now I'm here. As I said, I'm just going to paint these the same green color because I don't see a need to have like way too many colors on this guy. Just kind of wrap around the arms. Now I'm looking to get coverage on where it needs to be covered. I'll worry about the exact boundaries when I do the skin color later. Well, I said I would use a larger brush, but it looks like it's just not going to be worth doing. There's too many little bits and places that need to get painted, and this gets in there better. So this is a really dark color. It's really nice. It's going to look monochromatic. I'm going to use the dark gray or black wash on it. Not necessarily to change the color very much, but to bring out the texture and the folds and the cloth. So it's not going to be a real heavy wash. It'll be a light wash. Will do its job, which will be to just make it look more real and more interesting. Getting the purple skin. And it's going to be a thing. There's lots of nooks and crannies that are going to be hard to get to. I think this is one of the reasons I left this to the end, is that it's kind of challenging. And there was always the chance that someone else would pick it up. Not that I'm complaining about having to do it or anything, it's just that sometimes I'm not the most adept at these kinds of things. Although my hand isn't vibrating as much as it was a little earlier. I have to clean this off. It's getting gummy. It definitely needs to connect underneath somehow. Paint the underarm this color and then worry about the skin color later. And then I got the end of the cloak here. Rotating this around, I saw that, you know how I say I paint up to the other color. Well, here on this side, it's not quite far enough up to. Yep, and a little bit there too. It needs to be a little further up too. But on this side, it got up too far. So I'm going to have to see if the sick green paint is still alive here, because I put a lot of it in the dish, in the palette. And touch that up. But first, this is where I get to rotate the entire thing and look at it from many different angles. Make sure that where I want the dark green, there actually is dark green. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to have something to drink there just a second. exactly where purple will go, but make sure the green goes up to that part. And then we'll see where the boundary line looks best when we do the skin color later. Okay, I'm going to quit messing with this. If I keep touching that before it dries, it's just going to peel the paint off. And then I'll get like a lumpy surface or something, and that won't be good. So, stop there. This is actually flat, but it stays a little bit shiny, and I think that'll be okay. See another one of those blocks right there in the, now that I painted it, you can see it right here. I really want to fix this demarcation line here, but if that paint is still wet, it will just make a mess. So let's just take a chance. Why not? Yeah, what I did there, that's much better. But at least it doesn't shatter. So the next thing to do is start painting in the purple. This is still kind of wet up here, which is fine. So I'm going to start down here around where the pants were. Because for two reasons. One, it's fairly easy to get to, and the other is that it's dry, and we can start to see how this purple is going to work. Okay. Yeah, well, there. Not far enough on this side. This needs to go up to the quiver. It looks like the quiver is blending in to his back, and that just is not that great. How the brush managed to get there. And we get a little back and forth fight here between the two green colors. And eventually we reach a compromise. And like all compromises, it was not entirely perfect, but it's better. This jar cap is one of those that needs to be cleaned, like I did the last time with many of them. But now purple. And there, spread it around. See what happens. What happens is that its foot turns purple. So you go, wow, I'm really happy that I made this guy a forest ranger, because look at that, the purple and the green, just like, yeah, you could hardly think of anything that would be more complementary. It's especially going to look good around the midriff and things when I get that painted. So whoever suggested purple last week probably didn't realize that instead of like a complementary range of maybe reds and blues for his clothing, it was going to be green. But, you know, it's purple. Purple goes with everything. Doesn't go well with everything. It just goes with everything, right? They're being quiet because I'm having trouble getting this paint into the right spots, or because I'm just in awe of the color combination. Thinking it's mainly I can't get the brush where it's going. Yeah, I'm especially glad that we're doing yellow spots on the purple, because otherwise it wouldn't be very it'd just be too dull, too humdrum. Starting to as I'm painting along these larger distances, the bristles are starting to pull apart. So when I'm done with the tail, I'm going to wash it off and pull it back together before I start trying to do the midriff and other detail. This is not going that well with this brush here, so I'm going to use a larger brush just for a couple of spots. And clean this off and reconstitute its bristles. We do the same on the head when I get to that. Okay. So hopefully this dark green color, sticky, dry enough for me to start attacking kind of the more difficult spots in the middle. These are not only narrow, but they're kind of hard to get to, so we'll do them very, very little bits at a time. Orientation fairly frequently. Yeah, I got it on the pants, but in a spot that's really easy to reach. I do the green touch-up. We'll just have to remember to catch that. I think I got that pretty well under there where no one can see it. At least I covered up the spots that were uncovered before. I just need to get down under the cloak here. Mainly around the top of the pants. Make sure the outline is good. It's really hard to see some of these others, like under the arm and so on, but some are pretty obvious and need to be careful with those. Okay, this is going to be, probably have to come back with the green, the quiver green, touch up some spots there because that was really hard to get to otherwise. Not too bad. Might be able to live with that. I'm trying to see, where that armor kind of ended. It's not entirely obvious. And it's raised pretty high, but on the elbow here, which is nice, but not necessarily all around. We got a little too much on the cloak there. I'll touch that up later. The cloak has to kind of wrap under the arm in a way where it's not that well defined. Otherwise, there's no attachment point. That would look weird. And painting the underside of the elbow here up to the strap that's holding it on. Yeah, I know you can't see because the handle's in the way, but that has to be in the way so I can see. Okay, so that's mostly the arm. Cell phone for some reason. No, it's my sister. I need to take this. Hold on a second. Hi, Sue. Hello? Hi. In probably a little more than an hour. Okay, a little bit after 1 o'clock your time. Sorry about that. You never know. Wait, what is it? The reason for a call is we have really bad cell phone reception here sometimes, and she called on the cell, and it basically didn't work. So as you probably overheard, I will call her back on our house phone when the stream is over. Nope, she didn't hear what I said because the cell phone wasn't working on this side. She'll probably call back, but we'll work around that. Get the hand done here. Basically, I can get it onto the arrow shaft because, there she is calling, and then Gretchen, my wife, will come down and say, "Sister's up." But one thing at a time. See, there she is again. Now there's that's interesting there. The green paint kind of pulled away at some point. We always joke that my sister always calls when something is going on, like I'm doing a stream, or we're driving, or we're out of the country. This will just have to wait. I'll be quiet here because there's just a lot of edges here and spots where the brush. Just has to get in, and I have to pay attention. Sorry, but it's actually coming along pretty well. I don't see too many spots that need a huge touch-up. The biggest one is here, where the paint didn't adhere, down on the pants where I just brushed into it. Covering, I think, pretty well. There, that it's just a spot. In too many places I missed. I'm going to paint around the neck and the mouth and the teeth, and then probably use the larger brush to fill in. Because I found that when I try to do large areas with this brush, I end up just messing up the bristle. This guy, because I was able to get the base coat of a lot of this in really quickly early on, is coming along pretty quickly today, pretty well, faster than some of the others. And even this purple, which is going, I'd say, adequately. Maybe there's going to be some green touch up here and there, which was expected. So until we get to the face, which will take a little more time, what's left is not too technically awful. We got some arrow shafts. We got the bow. We got I'm sticking my little finger in the purple paint somehow, somewhere. I'm not even sure where. This purple paint at least is behaving pretty well. It's got a good consistency. It's not flowing all over the place, making a mess. It's not gumming up. So, in some ways, it was a good choice. Maybe not aesthetically, but at least technically. I need to touch up there a little bit. Yep, so I'll be getting the 3 greens out after I do the purple here. And just do some little touch-ups here and there. That'll be important. Now what I want to do is I don't have to worry about the eyes this time because they're just going to get painted in. I'm going to use a little beady eye technique, but I'm going to paint up to the base of the horns. And then I want to get around the mouth make it just, there's a little bit of a sneer on this side. So a little more of the red shows than on the other side. I don't know if you noticed that when I painted the red in at the very beginning, there's kind of an opening there where it's okay. I'm sorry. I need to address this. I'll be right back. Oh, well, that was interesting. She's calling with good news. Oh my. I should have left this upstairs. I'm going to turn this off. This has never happened before. At least not with such persistence. Anyway, yep, back to work. Here we are. Yeah, so it's got this little bit of a smear thing going here. I need to paint up to, but not on the fang. That'll do. And on the other side, there's just a tiny little bit of the mouth is showing. So it's mainly covering up all but like 5% of the red that's on there. Under the chin here. Same sort of thing. I want the mouth to show a little bit. And I want the fangs to be a little less big. And do that by painting the purple onto this one. There. Now they match a little better. You can still see some of the mouth. It's hard to see because the colors are similar. You might need to touch a little bit of ivory on that. I'm not sure if I'll come back to it or not. Probably will. I'm going to get the larger brush out and finish the head. And into the base of the horns. And those are going to be a really dark gray, almost black. I think, I mean, I could use a lighter color to contrast and show off, but I think I just think that they should be dark. And then I'll need to do the little beady eyeballs. Also, and I'll put yellow dots on the places where there'll be yellow dots. Okay. So now I need to get the various and sundry greens out. I'm going to paint the arrow shaft first, because I'm going to have to touch up the green behind it. But I can see, like, there's a spot here. Got a glob of purple paint on it. There's a spot there on the pants. So there's not a lot of green, various and sundry green touch-ups. A spot there with the paint pulled away. But, you know, enough that needs to be taken care of. So I'm going to do the arrow shaft and these guys. And then I think we're getting pretty close to being a little spot there. Nice set. Yeah, what's up today? You being kind of loud. Goes around. Yeah, arrow shaft. But we're gonna do those. It's going to do a flat earth with a brown wash on it. I'm just going to go with the red brown. It's a little darker. Yeah, we'll go with what I had thought initially. Paint it with a little brush up here because I was trying to get around all these spots here, and then also trying to figure out where the end of the hand is. Another one of those you paint up to but not into. But, you know, there is a gap here actually between the green and the arrow shaft that I might be able to get into without getting it onto the scabbard strap. We'll see this color again when I do the base. Right now, as you can see, the arrow shaft has got all the colors on it. And normally it will be just one color, just this brown color. And do the ones back here. River. Now I'll use the larger brush to finish the rest of that shaft because this brush doesn't like to paint long, thin lines like that. Yeah, I mean, this is a real light color, but the brown wash will show up nicely on it, especially up here on the quiver, to show the demarcation lines between the different arrow shafts. Kind of wandered off screen there. Let me just move over. Yeah, it was easier to carry on a conversation with myself when I was painting the larger surface areas. Okay, let that go. This will be real quick. I'm not too care very much about the bow because that'll be painted next. But you have to paint it down onto it. Brightly multicolored underneath here, where all the paints from everything managed to get on it. Okay, swept all over the guy's hand. Just being, impatient. We will fix that right away. So now we've got horns to do, the bow. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of little bits to do, and then fix that fang. Basically, we've got like every color needs to have spots touched up.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which one we start with. So we'll start with this flat green, and that's on the pants, because that's the one I grabbed first. As I recall, yeah, there was this blot of purple right there. Real easy to fix, but really obvious. And what we'll do is we'll go around and look at the pants and see spots that need touching up, like here, where the purple got on it a little bit too much here. Spots here didn't really cover. Underneath, because though there were oftentimes they just get missed. This happens always. We're in the tip of the tail. It bumps into something or it gets rubbed and little spot. Being purple spots, maybe I will do those next. I think I still have some purple paint that's still alive here. The spot the purple needed to be purpled. The obvious, but there was the paint was just missing. some of the face here. Creating this just to be sure. Doesn't seem to be there anymore. Or I'll find it later. No, I think I'll do the sick green, the color of the quiver. Here where I just couldn't get the demarcation line right before. It's still not right. Here where it got purple. That spot up here. Okay, there isn't too much of it, so I just want to make sure that it's, okay. That looks all right. Up here, just, well, I just really missed the dividing line there completely. So when I get off that green, it looks really shiny. I guess that's fine, because that's the way it is. Gloss color, it's supposed to be flat, but it is sometimes shiny. And then there's spots that need to be touched up with this. And here, where the paint pulled off, pretty straightforward. Here, where there isn't any paint at all, easy, but then there's the top of the cloak here. I just intentionally, apparently, painted it the wrong color. Wasn't clear coming at it from the other direction was what, but painted here. Look around, let's see, spot here. Now we're going to create a new dividing line here to just be clear. Looking at the bracers and the cloak, just for spots, especially bare spots. Oop. That one earlier. I remember seeing it, but I forgot about it. Other than cleaning this brush and going with it, it's really easy to get to. So I'm just going to use this big brush and touch that little line that was there. Doing pretty well before the break in terms of keeping things on camera. Okay, I still have little bits to do. I have the arrowhead, I have the bow, and I have the horns. So, half hour. At the rate I'm going, it might take that long. This is really badly gummed up. Try to remember to can't even get it closed. Try to remember to clean that up, either at the end of the show or after the stream. Anyway, this is how it's looking so far. Take a tiniest touch of this ivory paint. That fang is something out saying this is not good. We need to fix this now. I mean, it just needs to be it needs to be a tiny bit more. A tiny bit more. I don't know if it's a tiny bit more better or not, but there it is. Okay, now with the bow, I've got some bits that will require careful touching, and then a long shaft that doesn't. Man, what did I get green paint on there? going to paint the bow kind of a brighter color. Like, this guy's really proud of his bow. And I was going to do a blue, medium blue. It's kind of a nice dark blue color. Paint the bits around his hand and the arrow shaft, and then use a larger brush to finish it. Between here first. His hands, I'll have to touch that up with purple again from the other side. There, to repurple that. I'm going to use this brush again to repurple that bit on the hand after I finish the bow. Flipping this up with the big brush because I already have blue on the purple, so what the heck. There. Okay. Moving right along. I'm going to now do the horns. I'm going to do those dark gray and then put a little black wash on them later. Instead of just the really black. Use this color. to darken it and give it a little bit of shading rather than just painting it black to begin with. I'm not quite sure what to do with the eyes. You know, this is such a dark color. Usually I do them like red or black, but that one show up. I think before I get the purple back out to do that touch-up on the hand, there's two other detail things that need to be done. One is the eyes, and the other are the promised yellow dots. And those may or may not work real well. So I'm going to do the eyes and the dots, and then do the purple touch-up. Oh yeah, the arrowhead. I probably should do the arrowhead, right? For the arrowhead, I'm going to use the steel color, which is a really nice dark metallic. It doesn't need much work after it's done. I will need the tiniest little bit of a drop that I'll just take right off of the bottle cap, because there's no sense pouring out a whole bunch of paint I don't need. I think I can get the delineation line without too much trouble. It's not all curvy or anything. Basically, I'll be painting up to it and not onto it. Here, see? It's a really nice dark color. I think it's appropriate for this arrowhead. I don't need to do anything more to it. That will be that. Okay, so now I need to do yellow dots and then do purple touch-up, because I know I need to do purple touch-up on the hand, a little bit around the horn there. There might be other spots, I don't know, we'll see. Yellow spots were promised, so yellow spots there will be. The plastic thing decided to pull off. Okay, we want the bitty brush. We want a dot of paint on the end. We'll practice making dots. Ready? Here comes a dot. Nope. It wasn't a dot. Unless the paint isn't on the end of the brush. It's a dot. It's on there, not on here. It's pretty yellow dotty. Can you see any more spots that need a dot? Actually, I think that's pretty decent. I would put one there, but I think that wouldn't look good. I think a little bit of asymmetry is nice. You know, I'm not going to mess with those yellow dots very much. I'm just going to get the purple paint out again, do the bits of touch-up that are necessary, and then work on the shading, and then we'll wrap this up more or less right on time, which has not been happening with the stream lately. It will today. Just looking still good. Nope. We're still touch up the hand where it's really obvious. And there's one little dot there that doesn't need to be there. And I think right on the edge of this horn. And then I'm just going to give it a quick look around. And what I needed to have done, which I didn't do, is put the eye dots in. Yes. See if this works. Not, I still got purple paint. I can paint over things purpley with. Blue eyes. That works. Okay, so what do we got left? Yeah, washing. I'm going to do a brown wash on the quiver, a light black wash on the pants, and probably the bow. There's some reason not painted. Do the brown wash on the arrow shafts as well. And then we'll paint the base. And this guy will be done, and the Little Lizard League will be ready to go. And I really hope that the Little Lizard League shows up somehow or other in our campaign, because, you know, they're cute and stuff. Really just... This is one of those things where I can't tell if it's not painted or if it's just a shiny spot. Put this brown wash on the quiver. It's the little brush, or a little brush. Probably not this one. There's another one that's a little bit like cut off a little bit, but I don't want it going everywhere. I want it to be well contained. So I'm going to use this and see if it works okay. Start up here on the arrow shafts. These I want to be fairly heavily washed. What I'm really trying to do here is get it especially in the cracks between the arrows. The shafts are, you can see the shafts kind of independently of each other. It's over this way because I'm going to have to prop this up. What I do now on the quiver is I want to brown it up a little bit. No, this isn't going to work. I'm going to have to use a larger brush and just be careful with it. I'm going to brown it up a little so that it looks kind of like painted leather. But there's also this stitching on here that I want to show. So I'm just going to paint this wash real lightly all over the quiver and the quiver straps. Give it kind of a brownish tinge. And then I'm going to come back and make sure I'm emphasizing that. Strap, what this does is it tones the green down, gives it a little brownish tinge, and shows some of the texture on the strap. And then I want to get it on the arrow shaft, basically just to darken it and make it look like wood, like it should. Because although that brown is a decent color, it looks pretty dull. So, pretty much getting the desired effect I want. You can see the stitching now on the back. And the green is toned down a little bit and looks a little bit browner. But that's what I was shooting for. Okay, so now I'm going to look for the dark gray wash. I don't want the black, I want the dark gray. See if I can find it. This on the pants and on the horns. Use it right out of the bottle cap. There tends to be a lot of it on the bottle cap. And use it on the horns first. And what I'm trying to do is I want them a little darker on the bottom. Start there. What I'm going to do with the pants is I don't want to make them real black, but I want to bring out the like there's some stitching back here. There's good folds and stuff in the basically wipe most of it off the brush. It's a really, really light coat. Brushing it into the folds. It gives it a little bit more, there, see? It's really kind of a subtle look, but it just brings it out really nicely. And it changes the color so that the color is kind of nicer. Okay, so here's a purple guy, Forest Ranger. Guy's back here. This is, yeah, your Forest Ranger guy. In with yellow dots. I think with the shading, it actually is, blue eyes look pretty good. Fangs aren't bad. I think he's come out okay. So I'm going to wrap that up. Maybe, as I was wandering around on there, a little bit more of this umber wash just on the front here. Just on the strap. Okay, now what I'm going to do very last, in the last 1.5 minutes, so it'll take a little longer than that, is I'm going to paint the base, because when the base is painted, then it is done. And we only got 1 foot to paint around here. So this shouldn't take too long. I'll use the little brush for that, and then the larger brush to finish off the base. And we will declare the Little Lizard League complete. The trick here is to not get impatient. Slabber paint all over the foot, and then have to do touch up and go on for another 20 minutes or so. So we will put on our patience hat. Get out the bigger brush and finish the base, and then we'll let that dry. You put the sign up, bring the whole lizard army out here to the paper towel so we can all look at it. Lizard League, sorry, it's not an army. Right? It's just a league. Like the saltwood. Is needing probably some thinning. Okay, let's just brush off. Now I'm going to give it one more look around because then I'll find something. So I'm going to cap this up and bring out the Little Lizard League. It's lizard gloriness. Here. So we will introduce you to the one I just finished earlier. Mr. Shiny Armor, Useless Spear, right? And bizarre little shorts for some reason. We've got this one that Nikki did with very expensive armor, brass and steel and stuff. Shield, nicely painted. And a sword that looks like it might actually be effective. We got this one with a hammer that is so badly balanced. All he can do is hold it like that and probably just swing his whole body around. I'm not impressed by the martial skills of these guys. There's this guy who looks like he's actually a serious warrior. I mean, that axe looks like it could be fairly well balanced. He's got decent armor. Like he moves pretty quickly. Hopefully they're counting on this one to actually do something. We got the orange-skinned one, who is the only one with a helm to protect the top of its head for some reason, and hardly any other armor. So he's obviously going for agility with his two blades. That might also work. This dual-wielding guy looks like a tavern brawler. And that's probably what he does, is he's more of a brawler than anything else. And although his blades are not bad, he's not well armored, and probably is, counts on being scary, I guess. We have this spotted guy who is the only one with his mouth open, who is wearing clothing that will get in his way. I mean, he's dual wielding daggers and he's got this cloak covering the tops of his arms. So I'm guessing he's counting on his spots to frighten people into thinking that he's diseased in some fashion, maybe, and that they'll run away. And then there's this guy who probably is a decent archer. So he'll stand in the background and, hopefully keep people away from the front lines. So I would say that with the Little Lizard League here, that we've got like 1, that will be a 2, 3, like 4, about half of them will be effective fighters. And these 4 guys. And then we've got 4 who are going to be counting on either dazzling or spinning or somehow intimidating. I don't know, their enemies. So we'll see. We'll see if they actually show up somewhere sometime on the stream. So I thank you for joining in. This has been Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 10 until 2 Eastern. We are going to be this Wednesday and Friday. We will continue to do a stream, but next week we're going to be taking a little vacation. So Monday through Friday, Monday through Friday this week we will be streaming, but next week we won't be. And we will be continuing to stream our D&D campaign. Please try to catch that if you can't catch it with a live chat on Sundays from 2 until it ends. Please do that. If you can't, I think you can catch it on YouTube. You can also listen to it
what do we call that? Ear watching, I think, is what people have called that. Ear watching on podcasts. So you could do that too. And if you really like what we're doing, please join us as a follower. And if you really, really like what we're doing, go to patreon.com/diceanddungeons and give us your support. That would be most appreciated. So thank you all for joining in. And either I or Nikki will be here in 2 days on Wednesday from 10 until 2, painting something else other than the Little Lizard League, because that's now done. Thank you all, and hope to see you again.